Howdy there, everybody.
Hello. We're sorry about yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, there's been quite a few things that have interrupted streaming and many other things.
Yeah, but
So we're gonna go on these one by one. I had an emergency specifically the other night where I had to cut the Resident Evil 4 stream extremely early. Then yesterday I got extremely busy, and by the time I even got around to being able to do anything, it was way past what we needed to be.
yeah,
Um, and then third and final, I'm actually gonna probably be putting Crash and Resident Evil 4 on the back burner until we figure out what the issue is with streaming. I'm tired of it cutting it up in between and us missing it and then chunks being missing in between.
yeah,
It's getting frustrating. We're gonna attempt streaming again, but we're gonna try the Switch and we're going to see if we have the same issue. If we don't have the issue that we do with the PS4, I think I might know what it is. And you and I talked about this last night with the 60 frames a second thing and OBS having to work overtime and so on and so forth.
yeah. So when we when we're and when we play the Switch, we will be playing. Will be on Saturday,
Mm-hmm.
and it's gonna be Double Dragon from the SNES.
NES.
Oh, the NES.
Yes. It will be from the NES era, and we're both going into it blind, so yay. Um, expect a lot of deaths.
Yeah.
So to go with the schedule here, retro achievement grabbing and randomizations are going to be taking any PS4 slots for right now. So we're going to have 3 days of Chrono Cross and 2 days of a randomizer, which we're working on Ocarina of Time right now. So that'll take that spot. And then Saturdays are still co-op Saturdays.
Yeah.
But that's only temporary until we figure out the issue. I don't know if it's a hardware issue or if it's a capture card issue. So that's something we'll be experimenting a little bit more with Saturday.
Well, you're wanting to say hardware or software because capture card is hardware. So you are being redundant, saying hardware issue or hardware issue.
What did you just say earlier about me? I was saying, oh man, I'm super ready to get started, and you're like, it's your stream. If I want to be redundant in my stream, I'll be redundant in my stream.
I'm just trying to make sure to clarify any redundancy that you use.
I'm dumb.
We all know you are.
Alright, going over my element grid here to make sure of things here.
No one ever stated you were the brightest crayon in the crayon drawer.
I was not the brightest box in the crayon drawer, huh?
I can't. I wanted so badly to say it properly.
Oh man. I'm not the brightest box in the crayon box drawer. So I specifically ended the stream here last time because we're going to be getting into some big shit. Almost ran directly into you. And I wanted to save the big shit so that we can continue through it. Because this is about to get extremely good. On top of that, I have some questions for you, and I hope your memory works.
Guarantee it doesn't.
Oh, I'm fairly sure it will. So, we went over some of my memories of this game. I'm going to have more of my memories later on, but I want to get some of the memories from you.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No.
Because remember, I walked you through this.
Yeah.
I
with the
played
true ending.
I played the entire game with you. I got you the true ending. All of that. I taught you everything I know about this game.
Yeah.
What were your first impressions of this game?
Oh god, first impressions. Honestly, well, to be perfectly honest, my first impressions of Chrono Cross were not from playing Chrono Cross. It was
Okay.
from you watching you play. At least I swear you've played it on
I have.
Skype.
I have.
And, honestly, my first impressions with not having played it, it honestly seemed overwhelming.
Okay.
Because all the characters, all the fruit or miss. And, that to keep myself from going onto a tangent, I hate missable characters.
Mm-hmm.
I hate anything missable. Because sometimes, sometimes if I can get my words straight, because I know what I want to say, but my brain's just not thinking of how to say it properly, because it knows what it wants to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chrono Cross is, I definitely would put Chrono Cross up there in the tier of Final Fantasy Tactics of my favorite games.
Okay.
I absolutely love Final Fantasy Tactics, and I love Chrono Cross because it has more to me than just a game, because
Okay.
it was something that you and I played together.
Mm-hmm.
You walked me through it. On top of that, the story, all the little scenes that don't seem to have a whole lot of impact, they have more impact than you believe. And the ones that definitely have impact, good god, do they have impact, and you know exactly what scene I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Which we actually might get to that scene in this stream, maybe?
I'm thinking of quite a few scenes that have impacts. One of them's in here.
Oh, yeah. The scene that we're coming up to. Oh, god.
Yep, once I get all these things solved,
Yeah.
I definitely want these items too. Because some of them have elements I want.
Yeah. This that's the one thing. The one thing I love about this scene that we're coming up to, we've already seen it, but now it has a whole lot more impact.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the intro touched on it a little bit, and I mean very little bit.
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, I just got done playing it as him, why would he do such a thing? We get more of an answer to that. And that's what I love. For a game to do a dream sequence to where you're like, well, I was just playing it, why would he do such a thing? They hold a lot of answers back.
Yeah. But, so, going back to my first impressions is, having watched you play, it seemed overwhelming. you know, all the characters, and then at the same time, it's overwhelming in the sense that, you know, it's a turn-based RPG, but it's not a turn-based RPG in the sense of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 10 is not turn-based in the Final Fantasy Tactics. It's not turn-based in Pokemon. You know, yeah, all your characters go, but you know, in Final Fantasy, you tell your black mage to use Thundaga. You can tell your black mage to use Thunder. You know. But you can't tell. So you can tell your black mage to use the most powerful Thunder spell or the weakest Thunder spell, and that's all they do. There's no, like, you know, or you tell your, okay, for a better example, you can't tell your fighter to hit as hard as he can and then pull back like you can in Chrono Cross, because you can tell Surge to run up and smack, you know, Karsh right in the face as hard as he can, and then turn around and bitch slap him gently. Or, hell, you could have Kid run up, stab him, motherfucker, and then just light him on fire if you wanted. You can't do that in Final Fantasy. You can't do that in Pokemon. You can't do that in any other turn-based RPG.
Yeah, you also can't tell them the strength of it all either. Oh man, yeah. Like you said, oh man, I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna smack a son of a bitch really hard, and then I'm just gonna gently tap him, and then turn around and cast a level 7 element on them that just absolutely blows them to oblivion.
Exactly.
Like I'm doing.
Yeah, so, you know, Chrono Cross has its own unique turn-based battle system that you actually have to sit and learn.
And to go along with what you were saying, it also has a lot of strategy behind it because you only have so much stamina.
Yeah.
To do moves. And then each character has their own stamina recovery. Some recover more. Razzie recovers a lot. You know, yeah. Surge, he's in the middle of the road. And Kid, I think she's a little less than all of them combined.
Yeah, and also, you know, there's no NP system. For, you know, like you said, you could run up, smack someone a couple of times, and then just blow them to smithereens. And yeah, you can kind of do that in, you know, like Final Fantasy. You can use, you know, if you've decked your characters out enough, you could use like Ultima 2 times in a row, maybe 3 max. This, you know, you know, for example, the final boss. I'm gonna leave spoilers out, but you could go to the final boss, smack him a couple of times, and then use a level 7 spell 15 times if it's still alive to do so. There's no limit to how many level 7 spells you can use.
See, now that's where you're wrong. Because remember, after you use the element, it's done until the battle's over. But okay. As you've been seeing, as we level up, our element grids get bigger. We get more slots in certain level elements and stuff like that. But it's still one of those, if you know what spells work, you know what spells work.
Yeah.
and you don't hold back. But again, with the stamina system, you could wear them out and they could be out a couple turns while one other character has to hold the fort down. And if that character's not exactly the strongest, you're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage. But that's where you brought up the equipment comes in. You could deck yourself out in some of the best equipment just so that one character, Rasley, perfect example, doesn't get creamed to death with physical attacks because that's what she's weak to.
Yeah.
There are just so many ways to go about strategizing with this game, and why I love it as much as I do. It's like you said, in like early Final Fantasy games, Final Fantasy 1, perfect example. Your whole team goes from the start. You pick your moves, they act it out. You know, you can't do that in here. Because at some point, the enemy will jump in the middle of your attacks. Whether it be with an element, or with a physical attack or something, and they'll get a few hits in. Now, if you have the element like Vigora, oh my, that just breaks a character immediately, especially if he's physically strong, because Vigora, depending on where you have it on the element grid, gives you unlimited stamina for so many physical hits.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking of a boss later on that used that, and for the longest time, I was stuck on him because of Vigora. So, since you said your first impressions came from watching me play, what were your first impressions after finally playing it? Because you said it was overwhelming when you were watching me play it.
Yeah.
While I fight this goo blob.
After first playing it, you know, I definitely still kind of stand by my initial first impression that, you know, but I also kind of I don't retract. I modify my statement that it's not exactly overwhelming. It can be, especially if you're playing it alone and you don't have someone experienced.
Okay, because I see what you're saying.
It's like, you know, with attacking, you know, you get your level 1, 2, and 3 physical attacks. Yeah. You know, with a typical RPG mindset, you'll typically go with the one that has the highest chance of hitting, you know, 99 to 98. Like if your level 3 physical hit has a 67, you're more than likely not going to go for that.
No.
But with the way this game's battle system works, you can start off with a level 3 and still back it up with a level 2 and a 1. And an element if you have the stamina for it.
Well, I'm about to do one of my favorite moves on Kid right now. Since I got a full red field, this ought to be pretty. Oh yeah, that was nice damage. And that's another thing that adds a layer of depth to this. The field.
Yes. Yes.
Every area has its own field colors. It always starts off with 3 randoms. But the fact of the matter that the moves, if you get multiple of the same color in a row, the stronger that element of color is.
Yeah, which adds to the, you know, vast variety of strategies you can employ, because you know you you could use turn black. That does nothing except turn the field black.
No, you're thinking turn black. That just turns a character's innate color black.
Right.
That does add one black slot on the field.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they did not give a full turn white or turn black field element. That was only relegated to blue, red, yellow, and green.
Right. Okay. But still, point stands.
Mm-hmm.
Turn red. That just turns the field red. It's like that deals no damage. And unless you're thinking about unless you are actually thinking that the field turning the field to a specific color to get a boost, you're just gonna see turn red and toss it, not without thinking about the implications of having a full red field.
Yes, because there are multiple reasons why you want to have a full field. Because not only does it increase your magic, I think it's by 2 times the damage. Because you saw what I did in that fight. I literally did everything I could to make sure that field was red before I used Kid's red pin. Because doing that, even though she doesn't have great magic, she still did a lot of damage. And that's what I wanted.
Exactly.
Now, we'll get into it later. In fact, I think we could have got it into it technically now if I would have went and bought like trap elements, which we've actually picked up. But to get a summon, because we can get a summon as early as I think Mount Pyre.
Yeah.
But I didn't bother because I hardly ever go after the summons as it is. Whatever I'm given, I'm given.
Yeah,
but,
and honestly,
the summons are used for something we'll discuss later on.
Right. But at the same time, with how this game works, summons are useful, but at the same time, they come with a very, very hefty price.
Yeah. Because they eat your stars.
Yeah.
Which are your level ups, but the thing of it is, the best part I like about that is the way they handle it. Yes, you get stars after every boss fight, which are technically level ups. But the stars are just the reward for beating the boss. You still get the level up regardless. So if you use stars, you don't level yourself down. And even getting the next star from a next boss fight still doesn't negate the fact of the matter of the big stat boosts that you get.
Right.
But the only way to use summons is to use it's specific to that person's innate element. So like Kid, later on we'll get a summon that the field has to be completely red and only a red innate color element can use it. So you were talking earlier about using red field. That would be the perfect opportunity to have somebody else have it, them use it, it'd be Kid's turn, Kid would use the summon, and it does a massive amount of damage and also gets you specific items for upgrades later on that you want to create equipment for.
Yeah.
There's many uses to the element, because not only does it increase the damage you do, it also reduces the damage that the opponent uses. Yeah, so if you're a red field and your innate color is red and a person on the opposite side is blue, which is red's weakness, they're going to do less damage to the red person because of the full field effect.
Yeah. And, and it doesn't just go for weakness. If a green innate were to attack a red, even without a full red, they'll do maybe half the damage they normally would do.
Correct.
With a full red, they'll probably do like a quarter, if that.
Mm-hmm. They'll be lucky if they do any damage at all.
Yeah.
That's one thing I like about this game. what am I saying? Like, I love this fucking game. The weakness grid is not the hardest thing to understand in the world. It is not. It is super easy to understand. Because it's, okay, red is weak to blue, blue is weak to red. Okay, we're done here. White's weak to black, black's weak to white. Okay, cool. Green's weak to yellow, yellow's weak to green. That's literally the weakness chain.
Yeah.
You know?
If you play Pokemon, then you know. If you play Pokemon, you know the fucking weaknesses for Chrono Cross.
Uh-huh. Rock, paper, scissors, baby.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing I like about it. It's only those specific colors that are weak to those specific colors. It's not like, oh man, green's weak to blue. Why? You know,
Yeah.
it's white on black, red to blue, green to yellow. You know, it's a deal. It's just a full circle. It's not like you can't do damage to a green with a blue, but you're not going to get the full effect unless you put a yellow on that green.
Exactly.
Like these guys are yellow innates. I throw an arrow saucer at them, I'm going to do twice as much damage, but if Surge goes up and attacks him, I'm not going to do nearly as much damage as that spell did.
Exactly.
But man, these block combat ones, Surge is going to wipe the floor with them. 85, 87. Now if I go over and attack one of the Paper Moons here, Paper Boys, if I hit them, I'm going to prove my point. He does 62. There's a massive difference there. There's a 1.5 difference between the two. Same with Luminaire. If we sit here, Luminaire hits everybody. It's going to do more damage to the black ones in the back than it will the yellow ones in the front. And that's what I love.
Yeah.
Okay, so my next question to you. I won't be able to really get an answer for that one, the question that I have on my mind, because it would lead into spoiler territory. But what is your thoughts on the story when you played through? What were your thoughts?
Oh.
The story, the presentation, we already talked about the mechanics, but the story and the presentation.
Oh.
I mean,
God.
I know you haven't really sat down and played it by yourself since we did it, but just like watching through.
Yeah. Jeez. God. How do I?
And you know 100% right now, I'm going to put this out here as well. I'm not forcing you at all to give an opinion on a good note. I'm not forcing a good answer out of you. I'm letting you. No, I'm putting that out there. So that people don't sit there and go, oh, he's just agreeing with his friend. No. He knows I want him to be deadly honest with me. Even if it's one of my most favorite games right now, I could ask him the same question about Mega Man X, and I know I'll get a different answer than what I am. But then again, that also comes from the fact of the matter, you don't really platform.
Yeah.
So, I at least know I'll get an honest answer out of him as far as not agreeing. Him and I have different varying opinions on several games that we both enjoy, but our opinions differ.
Yeah. But back to the question. This is where it's difficult for me. because one, like I said, it's been a while, so the full exact story I don't remember entirely, but the the presentation. Now, if we look at it, like a typical RPG where it's just pure text box and all of that bullshit, it's a presentation that I'm accustomed to. Voice acting wasn't really a thing until the PlayStation 2, and very, very rarely in in 64. Pokemon Stadium, for example, had voice acting, but
and so did Metal Gear Solid.
yeah, but Metal Gear Solid was PlayStation 2. I mean PlayStation. Which, if I'm remembering my gaming history correctly, the N64 came out a couple of years before PlayStation.
You are correct. You were just saying that voice acting wasn't really a thing until PS2.
Oh.
That's why I was saying.
Yeah, I meant to say PlayStation.
Yeah. That's why. You corrected me, I correct you.
Thank you. But, I had no problem with because there is a lot of text in this game.
Yes,
there
is
a lot of text.
That's why I said in the very first stream that I'm glad that it's always on the fastest setting.
Yeah. And look, I do have a fault for myself when it comes to games like Chrono Cross, like the original Final Fantasies, where it's all just text based. Even Pokemon, as much as I love Pokemon, when it comes to a lot of text, just dialogue after dialogue after dialogue after dialogue, I just subconsciously just kind of
tune it out.
Yeah. I stopped paying attention, but with Chrono Cross, this goes to the story it tells. Because there's a few spots where it's just can we get going? Those are have been few and far between for me. Now, can I tell you the exact spots? No, because again, it's been a while. It's been a long time since I sat down and played it.
Yeah.
But its story is gripping. It holds your attention. It makes you question, because the scene that we're coming up to, the dream sequence we're coming up to makes you question. There's a lot of stuff that makes you kind of like question and theorize, which helps keep your attention. That's one, that's the thing about me. I love games that have stories that make you question. That's why I love Metal Gear. Despite having played only a few of the games, Metal Gear 3, Metal Gear 4, Phantom Pain,
and Ground Zeroes. Did you play Ground Zeroes?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Ground Zeroes, Peace Walker, and you know, I want to say I'm past the torture sequence in Metal Gear Solid.
You've actually seen the whole game because I sat and played it for you.
Yeah, I've seen them, but I haven't played it. I haven't played it from beginning to end. But you know, I've played I've played a majority of Metal Gear. I haven't played the entire series, but I love the Metal Gear series because it gets you to sit down and question and theorize. And that's what Chrono Cross does.
Yeah, it does get you to question a lot of things because there are some things that are just like, what?
Yeah.
My perception of this is now, are you really a good guy?
Exactly. And the amount of questions it raises and answers, but sweeps under the rug because you know they answer this, but it's over the answer question Z, but it's overshadowed by question O. So you completely forget about question Z and what they answered because you're dealing with question O that's right in front of your face.
And then question Z gets answered later, and it's like, I don't remember this question.
Yeah.
They throw so much at you.
Yeah. He throws so much at you that it encourages you to play again on top of the 48. What, right? 48? Is that what we counted? Characters?
Yeah.
The 48 characters to collect.
And see, that's why I love games that do New Game Plus.
Mm-hmm.
And this game does it right. Because, yeah, it takes away all the characters when you start a new game, but you keep the vast majority of your equipment. You keep your level. Yeah, it makes the beginning a breeze, but it's the fact of the matter of you're running through it again just to collect the stuff that you missed and possibly even go back through and read the story again. And on top of that, it makes it to where you can get your characters from your last adventure and bring them back, so you don't have to re-get them. So it makes it worthwhile. It takes several hands and toes and feet to answer how many times I've played through this. You know,
Yeah.
I've played this an unhealthy amount. That's why I always call it Chronosember.
Yeah, you know, the amount of times he's played has definitely been over 20 times because I've known him for 11 years, so there's 11 times that he's played, and then how many times he's played before we met?
I try and play this game at least several times a year. I try. Doesn't always work out because of new games coming out and stuff like that. But if I don't play it at least fully through once a year, something's wrong.
Yeah.
And he knows it, and he's also received it. I have a physical sealed copy.
Yep.
I have 2 copies behind me. I've sent one to him of the extra ones that I had. So, I love this game.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to put an RPG above this. This is like my number 1 RPG to play. If you were to ask me in person, Chrono Cross is going to be my answer. If you look at me and say, hey, what's your favorite RPG? It's not Pokemon, it's not Final Fantasy, it's not even the Tales series. It is Chrono Cross. No ifs, ands, or buts. I love the characters, I love the music, I love the story. I love all of that.
Yeah, and you know, that's you brought up the second part of what I love about this game's presentation. It's it's music.
Mm-hmm.
The composer did such a wonderful job because every song matches its moment to a T. Because you can sit and listen to the soundtrack and know exactly what scene that song goes to.
You have also sat there and tested me as well by playing random bits of music from this game, and I have named them by name and what event.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys were here right when we were starting up with the loading screen and stuff like that, and you were listening to the music, that song that I picked is my #1 song out of all of Chrono Cross, Star Stealing Girl. It is a beautiful piece of music that is both happy, sad, and emotional. And the scene that it plays at one time in this game, 10 out of 10. It hits every spot. It can make a grown man cry once you understand the implications of that scene and why the music plays. We won't be getting to it today.
Oh, we're not?
No, we're not going to get there today.
Okay.
I still got quite a bit to go.
That was the scene I was
That's
about.
disc 2.
Oh.
We're not going to be hitting disc 2 for a bit.
Yeah.
It probably won't be till next stream that we hit that scene.
Yeah.
So you guys just got something to look forward to on Monday. So
I'm gonna send you a text giving a comparison for that song to another song from another game, and I want you to tell me if that is too close of a comparison to be a spoiler.
Okay. And you're talking about this game, correct? Or are you talking about another game?
Well, this song in another song from another game.
Okay. Oh, excuse me.
Alright, the text has been sent.
Star Stealing Girl, without a doubt.
No, are they too close in comparison to be a spoiler?
No. No. No, because Star Stealing Girl is actually optional.
Wait, is Star Stealing Girl not the song that I'm thinking it is?
I'm going to ask you this. Burning Building.
Yes.
Okay, you're thinking of the same thing I am. That is optional.
Okay.
You don't have to do it.
Okay.
Whereas the other one, you have to. It happens through story regardless.
Right. But what I'm saying by comparison is, just the implications.
No. Implications don't really match. Because with the other one, she's doing it to calm a war. Whereas this one is started by looking for something and killing off someone you care about. Well,
But
that also has parts of killing off someone that they care about and why it all happened. But compared to, there's two meanings to that song and one meaning to this.
well, to fill y'all in, the song that I mentioned was 1,000 Words from Final Fantasy X-2.
But if I had to pick, Star Stealing Girl.
Oh, yeah, hands down, because yes, 1,000 Words can make a grown man cry.
It's a very beautiful song.
Yeah.
But it's one of those you'll understand when we get there, of why.
Yeah. Star Stealing Girl is just it. Where 1,000 Words hits, it hits with both its music and melody, but its strongest hit is the lyrics.
Yes.
And 1,000 Words all together, the music and the lyrics together, those are a bullet.
Yes.
Star Stealing Girl is, in my opinion, akin to getting stabbed in the heart and having it ripped out while still alive, without lyrics.
Yes, that's the main reason why I will pick Star Stealing Girl over 1,000 Words any point in time. It does not need lyrics at all to convey the message.
Honestly, the song itself just sings.
And that's why I love it so much. It does it. Yeah, it has la 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 in it, but that's not a lyric. That's just a tone. The whole song doesn't have one single lyric in it, and it hits every chord of your heart when you see it and understand why it plays. The minute you understand why it's playing is when you know why the tears are running down your face.
Yeah, fuck. Just thinking about that scene, just talking about the song itself.
And why I have the entire soundtrack on my phone.
Just talking about the song itself is honestly making me tear up.
It's very...
Powerful.
Yes, this is why, like he was saying earlier about, it hits the right notes and stuff like that with the music. It's because it makes you feel for the characters. A lot of people sit there and go, "Oh, I have no emotion. I'm a robot. But nothing can make me cry." If you do not feel anything during that moment, you are a emotionless human being and a horrible person. Because it is a very touching, sad, heart-wrenching, heartbreaking. I can't use the right words. It's very hard to describe because you feel you feel happy because you did something. You feel sad because of what it means. You feel angry for what has happened. You feel almost every emotion under the precipice just by one scene and one song. Hello, meteor shower. Sorry, got excited. And Rasley, you now have an all AoE attack. Kerboom.
On top of that, that one scene just, you get a complete understanding of the character that scene is tied to.
Yes, you understand everything of why the person is the way they are. And why they are as locked up about their life as they are.
Yeah.
Because till then, that person doesn't lead on anything. They are after one thing and one thing alone, but you do not know why they're after that one singular thing and why. Why they want it so badly. Rude, Bunyan. Very rude. Oh, Bunyip, sorry. And see, this boss fight also puts another reason why I love this game. And we'll see it here once we get to the halfway point. Speaking of which, I feel like stealing. Thank you. Oh! Oh! Oh, 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 oh. I'm definitely keeping that. Thank you for the free fall. That's a level 5 element. Hell yes. Wasn't expecting to get my mitts on that.
Not until later?
Oh yeah, not till much later. And I wish I would have bought Inferno traps, because this is gonna hurt. Having that level 5 red element would have been nice. Ow. And let's do some healing. Ow. There we go. That Inferno kind of hurt.
I bet.
Here's why I love these boss fights as we get later in the game. They don't only have one form, they have multiple. And they change their elements and their tactics drastically. We went from a red element to a black element. Also, I think it also changed its sex because it was originally female. Don't know how I feel about that one, so we'll leave that one alone.
Yeah.
So, we've gone over the story, we've gone over the music and stuff like that. After we played through it, what were your thoughts on the whole experience? Not your first feelings, the whole, as a whole, after you've played through it. Because I know you don't place it as high as I do on my list. This is gonna hurt you more than it's going to hurt me. Dash and slash with a white field, baby. Yeah.
God, that's I don't even. it was definitely an experience to digest. It was, yeah. I think that's the best I can describe. It was an experience I had to digest with everything.
There are a lot of plot twists. Especially towards, like, right now in the end. Like, one of the bigger plot twists is coming up. We're actually almost there.
Yeah.
But they get really fucky later on.
It was definitely a lot to digest, especially around the ending and the true ending.
Mm-hmm.
That was just...
Yeah, I know the true ending really fucked with you, because you were not expecting that at all.
No.
And I think that's what I loved most about it. Having played through it at least 15 times before you, just to have your jaw kind of drop with the reveal of what it is was all worth it. And I love walking you through a lot of my games from my childhood, because just to see the expression, especially with someone with the same mindset as me, it's a nice feeling for you to feel almost exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to let me alone. Thank you. Sir, I need you to get away from that bridge. That's like my only way across. Sir. Thank you. I just don't... I don't feel this game gets enough love from people. And the people who do love it, I don't think speak up loud enough that they do love it. It's almost like they're too afraid to be like, I thought Chrono Cross was a great game, because everybody immediately goes Chrono Trigger. Don't get me wrong. I played these out of order. You know, this area looks familiar.
Yeah.
Don't...
Very familiar.
Yeah, especially this. Welcome to the intro again. Is everybody ready to get the answers that they want? Because we're not waking up this time. But I played this before I played Chrono Trigger, because I didn't even know Chrono Trigger existed. I literally walked into a Walmart. I had just gotten money from my grandmother. It was summertime. It was Walmart gift cards. I had like, I think it was like 60 or 70 bucks, one of the two. But I walked into Walmart with my mom. We went to the game section, and I was looking, and I saw, I was looking for a game at the time, which I still to this day have not figured out the frickin' name of, and I can't remember it for the life of me, because I was playing it off of PlayStation demo discs. Everybody remembers those.
Yeah.
And I couldn't remember the name. But I saw this case, and it's like, maybe that's it. And I bought that, and that's when I also bought my copy of Final Fantasy VII as well. So I got 2 games, 5 discs total, and I went home, and I booted this up. Well, it wasn't long until I found out that this was not the game that I was looking for. But for a mistake grab, thinking it was something else, it is the best mistake grab I ever made. And I was 2000. I was 11 at the time. And to sit and play through this and get stuck at one point was a lot of fun. But once I figured out how to actually complete the game was a different feeling altogether. I can't explain how much I love this fucking game. This game is absolutely amazing to me in every way, shape, and form. And that's what bothers me. It's everybody immediately goes, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Trigger's the best game. Chrono Cross is this, and it's not as great as Chrono Trigger. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna burn this bridge right now. Fuck you guys. Chrono Cross is the superior game to me. I've played Chrono Trigger. I've played Chrono Trigger a hell of a lot. But it takes at least 3 more sets of hands and 3 more feet to tell you how many times I've played this over Chrono Trigger. I've gotten every Mithril Mail. That's the first time. I've gotten all the endings in both games. But I've gotten all the endings in this game more than I did in Trigger. The story's captivated to me. The music's beautiful. The characters I love. Fuck you, Pierre. The weapons I enjoy. The element grid I love. The battle mechanics. Oh my god, everything is just perfect to me. I was thinking if I wanted to use that word.
Yeah.
Alright, now it's time to get serious because we're coming up on that moment. As soon as I put Lynx to bed. Oh, I love this move.
I just got some upsetting but news that we saw coming.
PlayStation 5 has been delayed.
No.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, I wish. That wouldn't be upsetting. That would be joyful.
Yeah?
But October. The following changes will will come into effect online from 21st to 26th October, and on mobile on the 28th of October. You will no longer be able to buy PlayStation 3 games and add-ons. PSP games and add-ons, PS Vita games and add-ons, apps, themes, avatars.
Boy, am I glad I downloaded and bought my PS3 when I did. You bastard, I had a white field. I knew I should have dashed and slashed your face off.
You will still be able to access your previously purchased PS3, PSP, and PS Vita content.
It's a good thing I don't have anything I want to buy on the PS3 anymore. But I'm glad I downloaded everything that I wanted. Oh, what's the matter, Lynx? You seem to be hurting. Poor baby. Oh, that's another thing you do. Later bosses, you do not baby talk them. They will gladly stick their sword and or whatever weapon they're doing in your ass and rotate it several times and use you as a puppet.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of one that we will get to today that will gladly do that to you. Alright, here comes the moment that I intentionally stopped the stream at last time for.
And it has...
I'm even going to slow down mashing on the X button so everybody can read it. This is where the mind fucks begin and where the questions really start piling up.
Yeah.
let's get those answers. In fact, enjoy it. Plot twist number 1. The silent
Yep.
protagonist can talk. Plot twist number 2. And I love how they set it up too, because they literally line up your characters like you're going to be able to move down there, and then you move and you're up there. And plot twist number 3. Well, still part of number 2. Let's have another boss fight. As Lynx. And die. As Lynx. Ow. Oh, that's right. This is the only time you ever get to see Lynx do dash and slash. Ow. Ow. Ow.
Ow.
And ow. Ow. It is very, very, very hard to win that fight without being New Game Plus.
Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely one of the best twists.
And now for the third plot twist. How do we know that when she never told us anything? And the third plot twist.
Well, this really isn't the third plot twist, but it's the answer to the first question.
The dream, yes. And that really silent growl. And I love his portrait. Once it changes. Get fucked, Rasley.
Wow.
I love that portrait, and I wish they would have kept it the
Oh.
entire game. That is
Yeah.
menacing as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with Surge's eyes being like a natural red. Well, no, I'm sorry, they're blue. My bad.
Yeah.
And see, a lot of people also don't take into consideration that this game is a sequel to Chrono Trigger. They make so many references to Chrono Trigger.
Yeah. Like in this scene, Luca.
Yeah. See, he's talking about key to fate. He's talking about all sorts of things. So many questions. Sea of Eden. All this shit. And it's like, we just got one question answered from the fucking beginning of the game. And now we got
Yeah.
14 more to think about. And I'm not gonna lie, the next area we go to, which is coming up, I thought my AV cable whacked out on me. And for the longest time, I tried different cables and eventually thought it was my system itself. But no, it's the way it's supposed to be. Hey guys, I don't know if you know this or not, but I love this game. I'm not sure if I've made that clear yet or not.
I don't know. I don't think you did.
There's not much more I can do, damn it. Yeah, this area I thought my AV cable whacked out. But yeah, we're now officially links for the remainder of. I shouldn't have opened my mouth because that's not entirely true. Now to get myself re-equipped here since we're a new character. Oh, that means I'm gonna get one of my other favorite moves of this game. Oh yeah, and also our innate color changed to black. We are no longer a white element.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of the move, but it is the move that had where behind you the background just goes black and just eyes start appearing.
That's Feral Cats. That's not my favorite one. It's his level 7 tech move that he gets. Forever Zero. But we won't be getting that for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I used that enough to appreciate it.
Oh, bro. I love that move. That is like... oh, that is like the precipice of amazing moves. To me, at least. I'm gonna hold on to that revive for a certain somebody we'll be getting soon.
Wait, Forever, isn't that the one where he goes into the sky?
No, that's Glide Hook.
Okay. Yeah, it's...
Forever Zero is the one where he literally takes darkness in his hand and punches it into the ground.
Oh. Yeah.
Whoops.
When I play this, my mother was still alive, and my mother passed away back in 2015, 14.
Yeah. So it's been a while.
Yeah.
That's why I don't hold it against you. You know I should. Fuck's wrong with you? It's Chronosember. What are you waiting on? Get to work.
I need to get a copy of Chrono Cross.
I gave you a... oh, that's... well, you got it on your PS3.
True.
You have a physical copy. It's just probably never going to be opened. Because that's blasphemy.
Yeah.
I want all of these moves available to me because I know I'm going to need them. Just to get field advantage. I'm not even going to bother healing because I know there's a healing spot coming up. Oh yeah, this is also where I get my second revive. Nice. Speaking of which, I'm just going to go ahead and take care of that now. I don't feel like waiting. We also get one of my... well, wouldn't say one of my like top 5 favorite characters, but she's at least in the top 10 only because of her ability alone. Also, in this dimension, the water goes upwards.
And it's Harley you're getting, right?
I'm thinking of the character before Harley.
Oh.
Little green elf.
Fuck. I can't remember.
You'll see her in a second. As soon as Skype wants to cooperate. I would use Discord, but Discord does not want to work for me. There she is. She didn't even get down the frickin' stairs. There's Sprig.
Ah.
You know, I know how old you are, but it makes me wonder how long you've been here. Here's the full heal I was waiting on. No point in wasting my tablets or capsules to heal up. There's Sprig. Just because of her doppelganger ability in general. Her
I can't.
What?
I don't remember who I used the most. I know it was Lynx, Harley, and I can't remember who else.
I'm fairly sure we'll come across them along the way. You'll remember at some point.
Yeah.
But I know Harley's a mainstay, no question, because she's my magic user. There she is. But I'm not Lynx. I am Serge. And see, she even knows that I was Serge at one point, but I'm now Lynx. But I'm Serge. I refuse to give this up. Whoa, shit. Almost fell out of my chair of excitement. And she starts filling in gaps, too. Died 10 years ago in the other world.
Well, are we gonna get to the? Are we gonna get to the big bombshell?
Are we talking?
Today?
Are we talking about one that involves a sunset and a dude in a fisherman's cap?
No.
Okay.
Talking about the bombshell that if people were paying attention, Harley just sort of mentioned.
Text me to make sure we're on the right page, because I don't want to open my mouth and be wrong.
Yeah.
Now I gotta get Harley all equipped. Speaking of which, I might as well just do all this again, because I want to focus on Harley first. I definitely want her to have that. Definitely want that there. Want this there. Want this there. Nope, wrong one.
As if I'm remembering the bombshell properly.
That's endgame.
Okay.
We will not be getting to that today. That might be next time.
Okay.
I mean, just jump the gun, why don't you, Jesus? Wrong one. Keep forgetting Bushwhacker's the level 1 element. Bushwhacker. Listen to you shaking your head is absolutely hilarious. Okay, I wanted to check something. Wow, really? Harley.
What?
I'm not used to seeing your magic be that low.
Oh.
It's on par with
No.
Sprig.
No, Harley. Why?
Alright.
Is she at least compensating elsewhere?
Not that I saw.
Harley. Sweetheart, why?
I'm not too entirely worried. Because I have some items to kind of rectify that. So I should be able to make her still pretty dangerous. But she's going to need a few levels to rectify that on her own.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've also... Oh, that's right, because I don't have it, that's why. Ooh, I got some buying to do when I get out of here. Start doubling up on some of these. Definitely want to get one of these involved. I think I'll throw that there just for funsies. In fact, no, I'm gonna leave that alone because I know what crap's coming. Alright, let's get Harley a little fixed up here. Here's the magic ring to increase your magic. Let's get you some defense. And your defense is actually pretty decent, I think. 32, 22, 29. Yeah, your defense is the best out of everybody's. Ooh, there's where your compensation's fixed.
Our
So then,
defense.
yes. There we go. Alright. Knee pad. Bronze helmet. And I want you to be able to hit the broadside of the bomb. Alright. We're now set to go.
Good.
I just wish I had the forget-me-not already. Also, I can't wait to get out of here and upgrade equipment.
Remind me, what does the forget-me-not do?
The forget-me-not, because there's 71 monsters you can have Sprig transform into. The forget-me-not allows, like, if I equip it to Lynx here, even if Sprig's not in the party, because Sprig has to be the one to defeat them, to remember that monster.
Right.
But if I have the forget-me-not equipped as an accessory, it doesn't matter who kills it, Sprig will be able to transform into it.
Okay.
The only issue with Sprig's ability is its element grid. The element grid is horrible for her. She gets 4 slots. That's all she gets for the entire game.
Jeez. But then she compensates her element grid with transforming.
Yeah, because then she gets all the monsters' abilities. Like a Lagoonite, for example, which will be the most powerful thing as far as monster-wise that we have for a while. Which Lagoonites are ungodly powerful. It's almost like snapping the game again like we did back when I got iron equipment early.
Right. So you need to have the forget-me-not before you fight the Lagoon Knights.
Well, she starts with a Lagoonite, thankfully. You don't have to worry about that. It's just more on the lines of other enemies that you know are stronger than the Lagoonite and have better abilities. Because she doesn't only just take over their element grid, but she also takes on their tech moves too. And if you know if their tech moves are devastating enough... Hey, this place looks familiar. Hi, Hydra Marshes. No, I already know. You know, for a 200-year-old lady, you sure hop around quite well. Time to head back to Otherworld. And before I forget, hey, there it is. We can go back to that world if we want to. I have no intentions on going back to that world. I intend to collect the one item that I neglected to pick up when I was here before.
Sounds like a smart move.
It was a cure. It wasn't really all that great.
Oh.
Hey, Resley. She at least remembers Surge, but she's so confused she doesn't want to help. But at least we're back in Homeworld. Let's go see Mom. Mommy still loves me regardless of what I look like. And welcome to the racism. And that's another thing I like about this game that a lot of games don't really touch on. Yeah, they're entirely different concepts to what our real world is, but people hate demi-humans. Hi, Mommy. To stop talking to the cat. Talk to the woman. Cat, out of my way. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We can't talk to Mom yet. I skipped a few pages. I forgot. I gotta go try and go back to the other world. Oops. I skipped half the script and tried to hop ahead. Doesn't work like that. Alright. Astro Amulet.
Not unless you're in New Game Plus.
No, not even then. Still gotta follow the trends. See, and Harley refers to it as a missing piece to this world has been found. What missing piece could that be? This game just has so many plot holes. Not plot holes, but...
Questions.
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. I don't know why a Q turned into a P. Now let's go and try and talk to our mom without the cats getting in the way. Hi, Mom. Ooh, more plot. That boat looks familiar. Years ago. So something happened to Surge at the age of 3. Oh look, it's Old Man Radius. And now, see, I skipped doing the tutorial with Radius because I didn't feel like getting my ass kicked immediately. So now that we're stronger, let's do the ass kicking.
Or try to do the ass kicking.
Oh, there's gonna be no try. Ass kicking's getting involved.
Okay, yeah. You'll kick his ass because it's 3-on-1.
Don't poke at Harley's eyes. What is wrong with you? Alright, let's have some fun. Lagoonite. Booyah. Harley, I'm gonna have to ask you to please hit the broadside of a barn.
She just did twice.
She didn't the first time.
Actually, no, she missed the broadside of a barn twice. She hit the broadside of a barn once.
Sound like Harley was trying to kill you for your comment.
Yeah.
Oh no, Harley's limping. Oh no, she's not. I thought she would be. Alright, let's have some fun with Glide Hook.
What I was trying to say is, since she missed, she hit the broadside of a barn because she missed, because she was aiming for the old man.
Oh man, I didn't get to blow Radius up. Damn, that Lagoonite took care of everything.
You sound so disappointed.
Kinda am a little bit.
Damn.
I didn't think Radius was that badly beaten up.
I love how that fight took place in the house.
Well, it was outside, apparently. I would love to make an anime out of this. Wish I had the animators for it.
Yeah, but I think your first project would be Metal Gear Solid.
It would. Alright, let me look at something here. 17, 15, 19. Yeah, that's a fair trade. I got an all-around, a guy who can hit hard, and a woman who can cast magic. I like how he thinks we're gonna find a clue to getting back to the other world. Alright.
Oh,
Let's get Radius set up here.
I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
It's an evil question.
Uh-huh.
You're so worried.
100%. So worried.
Chrono Cross or Metal Gear.
Chrono Cross. I told you, dude.
Damn.
Not only is this my favorite JRPG of all time, but it is also my favorite PlayStation 1 game. I'm sorry. I love Metal Gear and everything. I can quote that game left and right.
Backwards too.
But sorry, this game uno number one.
Oh.
And you noticed how much I hesitated.
Yeah, I noticed.
Anyway, man, if I would have hesitated any longer. Okay, where is it? There it is. I think I'm gonna hold off on putting that in just yet. Do I seriously not have? Man, I really gotta buy new elements. Good
Yeah, I
Lord.
honestly, I honestly was sort of expecting that to be a tough choice, but
That's what you get for thinking.
yeah, I need to stop doing that. It gets me in trouble.
It does. Quite often, actually.
More times than I care to count.
There we go. Turn yellow. And then I want to do Magma Burst. Upheaval. And just for funsies, another heal up. Alright. And then... What do you get in the case of the Vapors?
Huh?
I said, what were you doing? Getting the case of the Vapors?
No, my glasses were kind of fogging up for some reason.
Was it because of how quickly I responded and it made you cold, your blood chill?
Yes.
I'm not sorry.
I know you're not.
that. Now, let's get radius equipped here. There we go. Alright. We're off to Termina. Stop that.
You started it.
Uh-uh.
Uh-huh.
Alright. I don't feel like fighting a dingo.
Too bad fight.
No, I don't want to. You can't make me. You're not my real dad.
Do it anyways.
No.
Yes.
I refuzzle. But I do want...
Then you're not a real fan.
Yeah, right. Nice try. Okay. I want you to sit there and play Final Fantasy Tactics and fight every single battle multiple times over. And I'm talking about wild encounters. That means walking back and forth on the map and making multiple encounters. You have to do it 5 times for every dot.
So 5 encounters for every dot.
Yep.
So every dot that can spawn an encounter, or
No. I want every single dot to be done 5 times. That means 5 encounters for each dot. Every single dot. Including story areas that can spawn an encounter. You're right.
because you have
I played a little bit.
Yeah, you have Lindum Castle. You've got Brand.
I don't care about the names of the places. Just do what I tell you.
Yeah, you have dots where you can't spawn encounters.
I know, like the shops and some castles.
Yeah.
I've played the game. I said every dot that available that spawns an encounter.
Okay. So I had to have 5 encounters, or at the pack, like the plan. So at times where I have to.
He'll be back to us eventually. Now that you're back, no, you have to go through every single dot. Yeah, you gotta walk back and forth till you get an encounter, but every single dot has to have 5 encounters no matter what.
Okay.
For the entire game. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Sound a little weary there.
It's not a terrible prospect, because the only encounters I don't really have to worry about are the random encounters, because stories are level locked.
Uh-huh.
So I could hit level 99 and go into a fight Blondie and kill him in one hit.
Uh-huh. But you have to do those. More areas open up as you go. That means more encounters you have to do, and it's 5 each. And how long sometimes it can take for a random encounter to appear.
Yeah. A whole season can pass before an encounter.
Mm-hmm. God, this makes smithing so much easier now that I got the smith spirit. Hey, Zappa. I will not be using you. No matter how much I love your power.
I'm sure you can actually hear my brain calculating that challenge.
You're looking at about 400 battles, if not more.
Oh, guaranteed more. Are we Are we counting secret character encounters as part of them?
No.
Okay. And I'm guessing story encounters don't count towards the 5?
Nope.
So some places will have 6 encounters.
Yep.
Okay. Uh, this is...
Uh-huh. If you don't do it, you're not a true fan. You don't like your use words against you, do ya? Exactly. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, what I used that for was fucking small time compared to 5 encounters on every encounter dot.
Remember when I played through it and I just kept walking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? I did way more than 5 on almost every dot, so I don't want to hear it. And I wasn't even halfway through the damn game.
You think that's anything? I've been level 99 before the end of the first chapter.
Uh-huh. Start streaming. I want this process live and on camera.
If I had the time, I would.
Alright. That makes 2 characters we got now. Well, soon to be 2 characters.
But at the same time, I don't think anyone wants to sit and watch me grind one battle.
You don't know there are masochists out there.
For hours on end.
There are masochists out there.
What kind of build would I go for? Fuck.
I've got you thinking now.
Yeah, you do.
Now I can't remember. I want to look at something here. Oh. Really? Ooh. Harley, you're being put to shame real quick.
Yeah. Cause I could go ninja
Damn it.
to unlock 2 swords. But, oh fuck.
I'm not sorry.
Are you ever?
There have been a few occasions. I've had my moments of I'm sorry's. Not always.
Yeah, yours are few and far between.
They tend to be. Your point? Are you trying to tell me to be sorry more often? Because I refuse.
Well, there's a quote from the book I'm learning. Wait,
Huh?
repeat that sentence to me.
Which
Did I say what I think I said? The book that I'm learning, or did I say reading? Tell me I said reading and not learning.
I'll lie to make you feel better and said that you were reading it.
Fuck.
Yes, my stupid is catching on. Hooray!
But
I'm an astronaut.
I hope I'm quoting the line right, but true friends you only have to forgive once. If you have to give your forgiveness again, they're not your friend.
See? I don't have to say a fucking thing. Fuck off, I hate you. Still not sorry.
And I love how when I finished that quote, Skype just dropped.
Skype was like, I can't handle this. This is too deep a conversation. We gotta back off. Alright.
Skype, you got anything to confess?
Skype's not a real friend of somebody. I'm surprised. If I was on Discord, Discord would have exploded because Discord doesn't want to work for me.
Yeah.
I hate it. Because as much issues as I have with Skype, I'd much rather be using Discord, but it doesn't want to cooperate, so fuck it. And I've tried just about everything.
It was working, or it was working. It was just my end.
Look, I've given Skype many a try. I mean, Discord many a tries. I don't know if I want to go for a fifth. Great. Off to Viper Manor.
God, I can't believe
I'm proud of you.
book that I'm learning. How do you learn a book?
You read it very carefully and learn what it has to say? Okay, so that's what everybody's got to do.
Don't shove your logic in my face.
Logic, shove, 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 shove. I did not need that mithril mail.
I take your logic and replace it with my unlogic.
That just makes you an idiot. Congrats, I guess?
I don't... I don't... So how's Chronocross going?
It's going great.
That's good.
I'm actually sitting here going through some of this stuff right now that I don't need anymore. I think I'll leave it at that. Now that I have better equipment, though. Oh,
You have better equipment? Gasp.
La gasp!
How dare you have better equipment?
Ooh, we're gonna take the long way into Viper Manor.
I just had a
Massive brain fart from the sound of it.
devilish idea. Chrono Cross playthrough, minimal equipment.
Oh, I could do it.
I know you can.
I'd do it voluntarily.
That's why I suggested it.
Maybe that's what I'll do for a later stream. I'll start a new file and go through as minimalist as possible. I don't see it ending well, but I'll do it just for funsies.
Base file too. No new game.
Oh, I know no new game plus. That's why I said I'll start a new file. It would be pointless to do it minimalist on a new game plus. Now there's one problem.
What?
You do know that the characters that you get in later parts of the game get better equipment. So they won't all have bone mail and stuff like that like Surge will. Which is the minimalist you can get, and you can't create. You can't make bone stuff after a while.
You buy it.
You can't buy it either. Nice try though. I'll give you credit on that one. The only thing I could do is just hold on to any bone equipment that I get early on. That's about the best I can do. But like right now, a lot of the people are coming with silver equipment. There's not much I can do.
Or okay, no equipment run.
You cannot. You can't. Because you can't unequip weapons and you can't unequip armor. God. You want to know what the rules with the minimalist run would be? Only having 3 element slots for most characters. So that means I would have to literally, like from the start, the 3 slots that Surge starts with is the only 3 slots I can use, so a level 1, 2, and 3. He would have to be stuck with his bone equipment from start to finish. Same with Kid. Well, and see, that begins to have its own problem of its own, because like Vaughn's element grid, that's what he starts with as a minimalist, the level 6 element grid. That means I'd be able to fill it up with everything that I need. The only way I could do it is if I just went at it pure physical attacks with the minimalist equipment. That means no equipment, accessories, or anything. So, and see, I could also get away with Lynx too, because he's technically a new character. He could be equipped with the normal stuff that he already has on him, and go. which, if I remember correctly, is iron equipment. So that's something that we would literally have to sit down and figure the rules of.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I gotta go get you your stupid mushroom. I forgot about that. Away with ye, foul beasts. You were being a jerk. You were blocking the exit. Ah, the damage ideal is beautiful. I love it. There. If I wanted to really, really make it hard on myself, use Pierre the entire fucking time.
Oh, God.
That would be a masochist run.
Yeah. Why would you even think of that?
Because you were throwing challenges at me, so now you've got my mind going?
I'm sorry.
I wonder if speedruns.com has like a minimalist category or anything like that. They normally have pretty good ideas. Come on out of that hole. I need to go in that tree.
Wait, never mind. I did not see what I think I saw.
Did you do a goof? Did you done goof?
No. I thought I saw it. Thought I saw a speedrun of something I did not see.
Alright. What did you think you saw?
Cooking Mama 2.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Okay.
How many hours do you think it takes you to beat Chrono Cross with a good ending?
That's a valid question. I know whatever answer I give will be wrong. But I had to say anywhere between 8 to 10 hours, I think.
Fuck.
If I do everything optimally. Why?
Would you happen to know how to shave off 4 hours?
No, because I don't know any glitches.
Because the first place speedrun is 6 hours, 41 minutes, 35 seconds for the PS2.
I have a feeling I know how they do it too. That's the sad part. If it's anything like Final Fantasy IX of how to skip cutscenes. Who did I hit?
But yeah, they have good ending in all characters. For all characters, 9 hours, 36 minutes, 14 seconds.
I didn't understand any of that at all. Like, zip.
9 hours, 36 minutes, 14 seconds.
And that's for all characters?
Yep.
Huh.
Second place, 11 hours, 47 minutes, 25 seconds.
Yeah, they put me to shame. And I don't want to ruin my favorite game, so I won't be doing that.
Yeah, that's all they have. No, no, it is no, just no. Speedrun of fucking Cooking Mama 2. No, no, just no. But speaking of cooking, I will definitely let you know about that cookbook I got.
Yeah.
It was only $20.
Sorry, I'm busy adding people to the team. God, you suck. Get out of my face. Glad I'm not taking you along. Bye, see ya. Alright, let's try and get back to where I was. There's a reason why I took this path, was because A, there were treasure chests to it, and B, there was a character I can get, and C, it's the long way into Viper Manor. Alright. Oh, that's right. Since I didn't push the rock in another world, this stream is still extremely fast. I couldn't push the rock in another world because I didn't take that path through here. What? I didn't even see anything come down.
And it's my fault that the stream is very fast.
Ha ha, P joke. Ha ha. I'm trying to see something. Yeah, that's weird.
I must have missed the joke.
You said that's why the stream, you're the reason why the stream's really fast?
I wasn't going for a joke.
I was in water, the stream was fast.
Yeah. Yeah, and you said you didn't push rock because you didn't take that path, and I was the reason you didn't take that path.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that, but I like my P joke better.
You like your you know what? You go ahead and like your toilet humor.
As if you haven't had any in your lifetime of our 11 years of friendship.
I haven't.
My ass. My ass.
I have never done any sort of toilet humor.
I think I just boned myself.
Way to go.
Well, I'm glad I wasted my time coming down here.
Yeah, I'm well above toilet humor.
No, you're not. No, you are not.
Yes.
I can name several times in our relationship where toilet humor has become a thing. Don't play stupid.
All fabrication.
Yeah, right. Right. and I'm the priest.
Oh shit. That ain't good for me.
I like how these guys are just doing no damage whatsoever. I love it. It also drives me up a wall that I can't come through here to take the long way into Viper Manor because I gotta go through Viper Manor. Damn it. It's your fault, Vaughn. I'm just gonna blame you for this.
Just gonna blame Vaughn.
I am. I'm gonna blame Vaughn.
What'd he do?
Screwed everything up. You just had to be a special little snowflake, didn't you? Harley, I just hope by the time we get to a certain part that I'm thinking of, your magic increases a whole bunch. Because if not, we're gonna have issues. Okay, can I get out of here slightly peacefully? Since I'm an idiot.
You said it.
I know. I've said it multiple times during this stream that I'm an idiot. This is what I get for trying to be a smartass. This is my punishment. Obviously, it did not pay.
When does being a smartass in any RPG pay?
Quite often, actually. Don't you try and pounce on me. I saw that. I just want to leave. There we go. Made it out safe and sound. Now we're just going to go to Viper Manor and immediately go back into the Shadow Forest. That's what drives me up a wall. Hi, Radius.
Ugh.
And now we're back down in the Shadow Forest. How hard was it for them just to move aside and let me up?
Impossible.
Obviously. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this jerkwad blocking the other barrel. Ooh, a mithril helm. Don't I have somebody equipped with the bronze? Yes, I do. Where is it? There you go, Vaughn. Now you got a little bit better recovery. I mean, better defense. Up we go. Yeah, that can't be gotten yet. I can't do anything with that. How you doing, mine fella? I can't wait to get to the Dead Sea. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about all I gotta do to get in there. Oh boy. Norris, I actually really used to like you when I was younger. But
Now you don't?
I don't really like using him all that much. I don't know what it is, just something about him. I stopped really bother using him. But before I go doing the things I want to do, well, what I gotta do, I'm gonna do some snooping. This is another good piece of music. The boat theme for Homeworld.
Yeah.
Alright. If I'd stop getting stuck on bridges, we'd be really good.
Yeah, not getting stuck tends to help.
Tends to. Doesn't always, but tends to. Alright, do you have what I'm after? Ooh, you do slightly. Not that many, good lord. I'll take one of those, one of those. Take a few of those. A few of those. I am broke. That was quick. Bye. Well, 10 grand went away real quick.
How do you spend 10 grand in less than 2 seconds?
Give me elements I really, really want.
Huh? And that takes 10 grand?
It does. Huh. There it goes. Now we're updated. Had a few little problems. I better go do this. Oh no, I don't have it yet. Never mind. But I will in a second. Let's get another character while it's on my mind. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Thank you. I shouldn't say it's going to be dangerous. It's going to be annoying. It's going to be annoying more than anything. Because these guys can sit there and frickin' tag team you back-to-back battles.
Right.
Like right here. This is where it's going to get oogly.
You got this.
No, I don't. Yep. Right there. 3 battles back-to-back.
Ooh.
And probably a 4th one while in the midst of it. Rude. Okay, what is your fascination with beating the shit out of Harley? Good God. I got rid of 1. I might be able to get rid of a 3rd. I did not get rid of a 3rd. Now I did. And now for the second fight. I mean, it's getting me more money. I'm not complaining. Can I move? Nope. I see the 4th battle on its way, and it's gonna piss me off. Because even if I run away, I'm just gonna get put into the next battle, and then by the time I run away from that battle, the other battle will be back. So no matter what, I'm battling.
Yep. Well, that's another thing we failed to mention. You never have to go into a boss fight unprepared.
Yes, that is one of the better things. At any point in time, you can run away from my boss fight and get yourself set back up and then go right back into the boss fight. So if you end up going into the boss fight and forgetting to equip something, you can run away halfway through the boss fight and then just re-equip yourself and go back at it.
Exactly.
You never truly have to get a game over. You can at any point back out. I want to take advantage of this white field effect. This ought to kill them both, hopefully. But like the battle with Lynx, the battle where I fought the 3 characters that I had with me as Lynx, I could have ran away while I was getting my butt kicked there and had low health, healed up, changed some strategies around, went back in, and just kept doing that until I got a run that I liked that I could have won.
Exactly.
But that also takes a ton of time. And yep, there's the fourth fight. I shouldn't be complaining. It's money in my pocket for more of those elements that I want. I'm kind of actually glad I decided to take Van along because his wet paint ability makes the field a random full color.
That I don't think I knew. Yellow.
Fully yellow. Van's another one of those ones I don't really use, but having added him to the team now and seeing the potential damage that I could do really makes me want to keep him on the team for new strategies. He's not going to be in the final team, I know that much. I already know who I think who my final team is going to be.
Yeah.
Minus one exception because I didn't take his path. Thanks, Shadow.
I can't even say the final team because spoilers.
Yippers. But that, even if I don't get like green field, blue field, red field, and yellow field, I can always use Van to make those fields possibly.
Yeah.
And the final fight. Joik, you weren't supposed to dodge. Oh my! Van, I think you're dead. Yeah, you're dead. That I'm not surprised about.
You killed the van?
They killed Vaughn. And now he's back on his feet. Yeah, I'm not surprised that that happened. They went back to back yellow tech attacks on him, and he's green, so I'm not surprised he kind of bit the dust. And what's our field color this time? Red. I could deal with that. In fact, kerboom! Magma burst +2. I could have really cracked this game wide open had I thought about it at the time when I started that. I could have went and bought some trap elements and gotten some really powerful elements early for this section.
Right.
But
You didn't think about it.
I was so excited about going on to this part and the plot twist and everything. Damn it. The plot twist and everything that I kind of just went for it. Are you seriously the only ones I have to fight? I'm not used to you just being one set of fish. Huh. That's a combination I don't normally see. Oh well. I still want to see what my field color will be. The only one I haven't seen yet is green and black. And blue. I keep getting white, yellow, and red. We've yet to see in green, blue, or black. Because having him on the team, that might make the one boss fight I'm thinking of a bit easier, especially if I can get a full black field.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the one I normally die at least. I at least game over once on. You know who I'm talking about. He has a fishing hat. He's an
Right.
asshole.
Yeah. We don't talk about him.
Nope, and his holy drag sword can bite me.
Yeah.
I don't feel like fighting this fight. I'm running. Normally I'm down for fighting every fight, but I don't feel like fighting that one. I'm tired of seeing pufferfish.
Had enough seafood?
Yeah, for now. Oh, for the love of piss.
So I think you're not in the mood for sushi.
No. Still never had sushi.
Oh yeah?
Nope, I've never had sushi. Alright. There we go. Onwards and upwards, they say.
The closest thing to sushi I've had is the stuff that you get like the supermarket.
I've never even had that, and I don't know why I stopped here, because this isn't the place I needed to be yet. Alright. You know what?
I
No,
might
I'll
get
deal
some
with
more.
that.
I might get some more next paycheck.
There you go.
Maybe.
Have fun
I don't
with
know.
it.
Haven't decided.
Alright. There's stuff in here that I want. It's upstairs here. I don't know if it's better than what I got right now, but
It's tough
it
to
is not.
tough to decide because I have a lot to get in November.
Alright.
November is gonna be frickin' expensive.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And?
And what?
I wanted you to tell me something new
Oh.
that I didn't already know. I will be doing the second part of this later. But for now, I can at least get the main part of this out of the way. As soon as my ear finishes itching, good lord.
I'm gonna try and get a PlayStation 5 on the 19th, on the same day Cyberpunk comes out.
Yeah.
That is if it doesn't get delayed, but from the sound of it, it's not. With how close to the 19th we are for November, I doubt it's gonna get delayed.
1 month, 4 days.
Yep.
I forgot.
But yeah, I'm gonna get
Must-
Cyberpunk. I'm going to try and get the PlayStation 5. I also am going to get Fairy Tail. And pray to pray to the gods that Assassin's Creed Valhalla is good.
My muscle memory tried to save me from having to do this, and I've denied my muscle memory. I'm an idiot.
Why would you deny your muscle memory?
Because I'm an idiot. I kind of stated that. There was a reason why my body told me to stop here.
Listen to your muscle memory from now on.
I've thought about it. About this village. And the Dead Sea. And there's the information I needed. And if I remember correctly, I believe you get a little extra cutscene if you take a nap here. Yep, there it is. If you spend the night here... Hi! Excuse you, I was going to talk to you.
I guess she didn't want to talk to you? Because she's a rude bitch?
He can be devious, keep an eye on him. You know very little about Fargo. Fargo can be a dick.
So, how far do you think we're gonna get tonight?
I know exactly where we're gonna probably be ending. I have a feeling it'll either be after Fisherman Hat or before.
Okay, so we're definitely getting to Fisherman Hat.
I'm trying not to spoil who he is. That's why I keep calling Fisherman Hat.
Yeah. I can't remember. Is that before or after you... how do I want to word this without spoiling?
Let me put it to you this way. If you're thinking of what I'm thinking, Graveyard, have to fight him beforehand.
I'll just text you what I was thinking.
Okay. Now that I've done that, there he is. Oh, that's way after. We're not even remotely close.
Okay.
That probably won't be until either next stream or the stream after.
Okay.
We's got lots of work to do before that. Hi, Irene's. are actually going to be taking a small break after this. Alright. So with that, let's take a small break and be right back. Okay. Alright, guys, welcome back. Hopefully, you all had a good little break there. Give me 1 second, I gotta get sound back. There we go. Alright, so with that, we can continue on with this disaster. Because this gets to be a little bit of a pain. Oh yeah, I forgot. We didn't actually talk to him yet. We're quite literally about to go through an entire, I don't want to say fetch quest, but it kind of is to an extent, because we're about to be running around in circles for a little bit. First, we're going to go gamble. Alright, let's gamble our life away. In fact, we're going to be gambling something other than our life away. So this is where Fargo... We've met Fargo before, but... this Fargo's a lot shadier than the one we met in Another World. And I will not be surprised if we lose first turn. So the deal of the game is we're not supposed to end up on south because it's instant death. We want west, east, or north. But, yeah, first turn loss. It's not like we would have gotten anything if we would have kept going, but he takes our boat for the loss. So with that, we're officially stuck on Fargo's boat. But there's just something a little weird about that. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. See, I've skipped a lot of steps in this, but what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go to the magnet show first here and realize that a certain someone who we actually met, we're probably going to have to go in here twice. Yeah, he'll show it here the first time. But we saw this guy up in the casino not too long ago. But he's going to go through his whole spiel, and we'll see what he's really up to. Now the best part about it is We've seen these tricks before in real life. But he is actually a legit magician. And he has a horrible issue with his language because of teeth. And I find it funny that her name's Jill and his is Jack. Now, the name of the magic that he's using, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, I don't exactly agree with it, because it's not like he's lighting their little paws on fire either. So that kind of eliminates the hot tin roof. And I'm also offended since I am Lynx and I am part cat. I'm offended by this. Even though technically I'm a demi-human, I'm still offended by this because I am part cat. And now that we've walked out and walked back in, he wants to start with that right off the bat. And of course, we get picked. And now, we're cats. And the funniest thing about the whole situation is, too, is that even if we run away, he tries to catch us, it doesn't matter because if he even catches you, his back goes out, so. Don't know why I went that way, you can't get out. Yeah. Oh look, he caught us. And just like that, there goes his back. Bended time, huh? So with that, we're cats. And you'll notice that we saw salt and pepper there too. Now that I think about it, let's have some fun with them. As you can tell, they're idiots. They're still idiots. No matter how you look at it, they're idiots. So now that we're cats, I'm curious actually, before we go progressing. Well, first off, these cats can climb ladders. We're special. But this little hole should have, yes, frying pan. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I thought it was going to be at all. Oh well, something to disassemble. But till then, we can go up here and find out that the game's rigged. And then for some odd reason, he goes immediately to sleep. So let's go ahead and take this shiny handle. let's see if Sniff's ready to put us back in our bodies. And there we go. And we're back. So, now that we have, I don't know, let's say a handle to a magnet, let's see if we can go win. You know, you would have more significance if I actually took your path. But till then, we'll wait for the second playthrough on that one. And now let's meet him back down in the casino. And see if we can win. Because we need to get our boat back, definitely. And just like that, he immediately loses, which is a positive. And we got our boat back, and we have access to the Grand Slam, because we need to see that sage, no matter what. Now, I'm gonna try a little bit here, because you can win some prizes with this. And I immediately lose. And this is why you don't gamble. But there are prizes that you can win, like rainbow shells, certain pieces of armor. I think even some elements are involved. It's been so long since I even bothered playing that game that I do not remember. I normally just ignore it. Alright. Now, down there we'll deal with later. For now, I want to try and catch the sage, which means following him. And the other thing I love about this game is you visit the same places just in different worlds, and you see the differences between the areas. So like here, there used to be a bunch of cannons, you used to be able to go straight across and stuff like that. There are just so many differences. Where's the Dead Sea, dude? Don't make me beat you up. I will go as far as brute force, because if we tell him any other answer, we're not doing this. But this is a boss fight. But the Sage isn't exactly what we call hard. Especially with 2 black element people on the team, this could go pretty ugly for him. In fact, I might want to start implementing my strategy that I had planned to do later, sooner. Because it could be beneficial. Especially coming up. So I'm just going to do a small gravity blow here. I want to try and see if I can get the field white. I actually think he's about to do photon beam. So I think what I just did was actually kind of pointless. Oh no, he's going to do turn black and then photon beam. You'll notice this with some of the bosses from here on out, that they do combo moves like turn black and then do the opposite. I mean, they'll do a turn color and do the opposite element and just wail on you as far as that. Some of them even do as far as like a stat change and then wail on you. Alright, let's see what wet paint gets me. Oh, great. Gotta fix that! Let's get that fixed right. Actually, let's do this. And the prodigal son returns.
Now, I may be a many things, but a prodigal son I am not. Oh, I'm not even unfortunate.
Take the credit and like it.
Why should I take credit that I don't deserve?
I gave it to you, take it.
Fine.
I want to try and get a black field before you do anything else. He's gonna do photon beam again. You son of a bitch. You just fucked up my black field and I hate you for it.
How are you doing, viewer? You enjoying the stream?
Alright. Yes, hi, welcome. Please enjoy Chrono Cross as it is one of my most beloved games ever.
Yeah, I can attest to that. 20 plus playthroughs, this man can tell you what scene a song is from and the name of the song with just 2 seconds of the song playing.
That's almost like Mega Man X for me too.
Yeah, like 1 second of any boss theme, you know exactly what it is.
I can do that probably with X and X4.
Not X5 or X7?
I might be able to do it with X5. And that's about the farthest I'll go.
What, no X7?
I might be able to. I don't hate the game as much as I used to. X7 used to be a nightmare to play through, but once you know how to do things, it's not really all that bad.
But X7 is everyone's favorite X game.
Believe the chips that you picked up were laced with something.
They were laced with something. Guacamole.
Man, my headset just went wacky. That was new.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. Mine did too. I heard. I swear I heard someone breathing in my headset.
We shouldn't have played it last night.
No.
Alright.
And we should play this next Saturday.
Is it next Saturday already?
Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Never mind.
I was about to say, I'm not prepared.
We have we have 2 weeks. Never mind. We have 2 weeks to prepare. But yeah. So I'll fill you in, viewer, in case you weren't there for... Was it Monday we announced it?
Yeah.
Monday we announced that on Saturday, October 31st, from... Was it 7 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
7 p.m. Eastern to midnight, we are going to be streaming Phantasmophobia.
And we'll also have somebody extra along for it too.
Perhaps.
She said she wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah, but she also stated she doesn't know what...
That is true, I forgot about that.
And me and this man have played it twice so far. And we still get freaked out. But, oh, here's something I learned about that game, that it was sadly, but gratefully, it was a feature that was taken out. The ghost could imitate your party members.
I'm actually okay with that. I wish they would have kept it in.
Yeah, a part of me wished they kept it in too, but at the same time I was like, I'm glad they didn't. Because the game's terrifying enough as it is. And they also have more maps planned out.
Well, I'm not surprised with that. As big as a map they give you to pick out contracts, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Well, there's there's 2 maps we haven't unlocked, and that's an asylum and we also haven't unlocked the high school.
Sweet.
Yeah, but there's also plans for a prison, an apartment, and I don't remember the third one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hi.
But yeah, the game is terrifying enough as it is without the ghost just imitating your party members.
I like the sounds of it though. It would give me a lot of reasons to fuck with you.
Yeah, right. As if didn't do that enough as it is last night.
I still love that.
You never seen a Grinch do so many circles.
I did. I've never seen a green dot run in so many circles trying to get out. It still drives me up a wall though that it didn't bother me at all, but it caught you off guard, where I expected it to be vice versa. Still bothers me that it didn't catch me off guard at all. But then again, we've known her for 11 years and I'm used to her doing it. Remember, she used to make a high-pitched squeal when she would come back.
Yeah. thing for me, what it is for me when it comes to her, is it's typically during this game, because I'm so just I'm already on the edge as it is with that game.
Yeah.
And then she just, and we've had it happen. We've heard.
I haven't heard
it.
that.
We've heard it do shit.
Yeah.
We've heard it open and close doors. We've seen it fucking turn the lights on and off.
Yeah.
We've seen it do we've seen it do shit. We've heard it do shit, and it's like, so I'm already on edge as it is, and then she doing that. I'm thinking it's the actual ghost.
Besides the fact of the matter that you almost got murdered last night too, you crouched in a corner like a coward.
Yeah, I'm surprised that actually worked. I expected to die. I honestly expected to die. Because it was just, I was just up against that tiny sliver of wall from the edge to the desk with the telephone on it.
Yeah.
I was hiding right there.
As soon as the door locked and everything, I had already written you your will and everything else for you.
Yeah.
I was expecting to open the door up and you be dead. Just laying there on the ground. And you weren't, and I was disappointed.
Wow. Jeez. Thanks. Love you too.
Not a problem. Are you dead yet? Good God. I can tell your magic sucks. For the love of Pete. Go down. Just die. Thank you.
Then we got 5 hours of it on the 31st.
Uh-huh.
And we can barely.
The longest we've played it for is 3 hours.
Okay. So, not much more.
Look here, you little bastard. Gotcha. And just like that, another character added. Yeah, your magic sucks. Wow, all the people I'm used to having decent magic is not having decent magic. Irene's I expected to have good magic. Shot that in the tush. In fact, give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
Okay. Leaving me alone. Ugh. God. Yeah, I look forward to the 31st with what little we have played this game. I love it, but it's just terrifying. As for the host is doing, I'm not sure what he's doing. Sorry about that. We do hope you're again enjoying the stream.
Alright, sorry about that, guys. Dinner was finished, so I had to go pick up my dinner.
Uh-huh.
You hear a timer, you go for it. Alright. So with that, that makes another character on the team that we have. I'm actually going to refresh that really quickly. Make sure that stays up to date. And now let's have some real fun. Because now we're headed somewhere that can get ugly.
Oh, it's gonna get ugly.
Oh, it's gonna get ugly. Remember, there's one fight before, way before we get into this section that gets ugly. Because remember, we need to go pick something up to deal with this.
Oh.
That was weird.
Oh, God.
My headset just freaked out.
Okay, apparently we can't talk about that game. It's cursed.
I just found it weird that all I did was try to mute myself and it sat there and my whole headset reset. It was really weird.
Yeah, like I said, the game that shall not be named now is cursed.
Oh, I didn't think about what game you were talking about. It's like, we can't be talking about Chrono Cross because Chrono Cross is right here. We're playing it. We're already talking about it. How the hell can't we talk about it? Did you get Doritos? Oh. Oh. Tostitos. Whew. Alright. Look, old man, it wasn't that long that I took to get here. I also forgot to take my sweater off before this, and now I'm hotter than hell.
Yeah, but
Oh man, this brings back, this is making me not want to go do this. Oh boy.
at least the fight to unlock its full power is easy.
No. That fight has nothing to do with this. It has to do with that sword over there. We're after another sword.
No. So you weren't referring to the D fight?
No, I was not referring to the Dario fight. Only reason I said the name was because it's optional. I don't have to do it.
Okay.
He was bitching about me taking 15 seconds to get here, and now he's making me wait forever. There he is. Alright, off to the Isle of the Damned. I'm not looking forward to this. I have a feeling things are going to go south somewhere. I have not saved in a long time. I have not saved since this started.
Yeah.
I was at 15 stars at that point. I think I'm now at 23. Yeah, I've gotten 8 stars by then.
You went through.
There are 2 fights that are coming up that can 100% end in tragedy. This is one of them. The other one's later.
I'm sure this will end well.
I'm glad someone's hoping.
I have faith in you.
We'll see.
We'll see if my faith's well placed.
Has nothing to do about being well placed. It has to do with, good God, this could go south really quickly. Regardless if you have faith or not.
You got this.
I probably do, but remember, I have two weaknesses to him. And one of them, Harley, is not normally as powerful as she normally is. I'm used to her having about 30 to 33 magic by now.
Yeah. But she's powerful in other ways. Her defense.
Yes, but remember, he uses magic.
Yeah.
It's going to get painful, and it's going to get painful quick. Hopefully, if plans go correctly, Van will do an all-black field for us, and everything will be peachy. Right, Vaughn?
You're gonna do a all black field.
Right? I like how I'm giving him a death stare. Harley, get that health up as high as you can. You are gonna need every piece of it. Now, the gimmick to the homeworld version of the Island of Damned, because we didn't do it in another world, is that these little areas are blocked off. We need Captain Flamo here to follow us. Hey, I said follow. It doesn't take rocket science to follow me, good lord. And then we need to fight him right next to them, because his explosion will open it up. That's rude of you to start right off the bat. That's something else I forgot to mention when we were talking about likes of the game.
Right.
Every element, almost every element, has a side effect. As you'll notice, I started with Van instead of Lynx, and Lynx is out of my control. Magma can not only cause burns, well, red elements can not only cause burns, they can also cause confusion.
Oh.
So, Lynx is out of my control at the moment. As long as that red square stays up there. Just like, green can cause poison and afraid. Yellow can cause dizzy and, sprains. Which sucks because it makes you walk all over the place until you use a brace to heal it. White can cause fatigue, and I believe... I forget what the other one is. It's very rare that the white effects happen, but I know black elements can cause darkness, which will lower your accuracy horribly. Blue can cause flu, which on the overworld's absolutely hilarious to watch because all you do is weave in and out of everything. I forget. Did I mention all of them? Green was poison and afraid. Yellow was sprains and dizziness. Red, confusion and burns. Blue, flu, and I forget what the other one is. I've lost track of my colors. But they all can cause unknown status effects that aren't always obvious.
Right.
That's why sometimes when you see me use the elements and I zone in on that character that I was fighting, you'll notice that sometimes they have a status element in the top left. Oh. Ooh, sun. A level 6 element. Oh, speaking of which, let's see if I can do this. I'm going to start implementing my plan early that I plan on using against someone later. I'm not going to use Electro Bolt. This is also a quick way to get black on the field.
And someone later you are referring to
Fishing hat.
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Come on. Let's hurry up and get this fight over with so I can move on possibly to my death. Why is it so many more? Good lord. In fact, I'm gonna test my little theory right here. I think you just got confused. Yep, so much for testing that theory.
Fun.
Because I don't know when Lynx will come out of being confuzzled. Oh, right there. Cool. He got hit, he got out of confusion. Awesome. That's the one thing I like about Vaughn's 3-hit. It's that it hits everybody. But the thing of it is
Mm-hmm.
I've also noticed that's another thing that I like about this. If you do a 3-hit with people who do like multi-attacks on their
Yeah.
3% hit, your element grid will not increase unless every enemy is hit with the 3-hit. Tell me the color of the trapper. No. Hell Soul. Don't like this. Don't die on me, Lynx. Just don't. Cool, he's instantly dead.
Hey.
I can't get it to work
That's-
for me, but the enemy sure in the hell can get it to work for it.
That's one thing I hate about some RPGs. They have these instant kill moves.
Let's see what one genius does. Okay, it was enough to wipe him out. Alright. There you go, Harley. Now your magic's starting to rise. Now I'm a happy camper. I'm glad I did all that for a carapace. Not.
Very useful item.
For making armor.
That is below your pay grade, though.
Yeah, right now it is. Get out of my way, airbones. Thank you. Alright. I think I have to fight this stupid thing up ahead twice. Where is it, Grise Keepsake? Because there's a door that needs to be blasted open. I can't remember if I gotta do it on the other side too. I don't think I do. Perfect. He followed me right to where I wanted him. Alright.
He's a good boy.
Yeah, for once. Oh, good, and it's only 2 of them. 1 down. Please be 2 down. Nope. Two down, cool. Didn't have to worry about confusion taking over. Yay, more fire pillars. Just what I don't need. Good lord. Alright. Inferno. I love seeing level 5 elements. Speaking of, Harley, let's do a little work here. I'm actually going to swap out Magma Burst for Inferno. Just because it does way more damage. And then Earthquake. That's level 5 as well. Okay. There we go. I want to look at everybody's stuff here. Okay. Because I know how ugly this will get. I do not need no white elements right now. I will keep some, but not all. No. I'm about as ready as I'm going to be. But before anything, I see one thing I need to do. I believe if I put this decor shield on, nope. Is it... Do I need to bring this guy over? I'll deal with that then. I want to get on with this boss fight while it's still fresh on my mind of how I have this planned. Here we go. This is going to get extremely ugly extremely quickly, probably. If he does the last will, I am screwed. Alright, come on. Alright, Gry. Here we go. This could go extremely south extremely quickly. I want to get everything set up just right. Yeah, beat up Vaughn. Vaughn's the perfect target. Don't focus on anybody else. Beat up Vaughn.
Don't you need Vaughn?
No. I've already rearranged my element grid to where I need it to be. Oh god. Here it goes. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, Harley's almost dead. Ah, it's not peachy. Harley? I didn't give you a heal yourself spell. Yes, I did. Heal yourself, Harley, please. Okay. That's not gonna matter much, but yeah. Don't hit her again. You did exactly what I told you not to do. Balls. Get her off the ground. I do need her. Thank you. This fight might be one of those fights that I actually run away from. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. For things to happen the way I need them to, in fact, let's do some healing. I have a feeling I know what, oh god. Shit. I need to throw a wrench in this plan. Screw it. I'm probably going to lose somebody with Will Breaker here. Who's it hit? That was Vaughn. That wasn't cool. Vaughn, my man. I need a massive favor out of you. Black, please, black. That is red. That is opposite of what I need. But I could maybe make this hurt. I just got this Inferno. Let's use the Inferno. 211. That was not the fun and joy I was hoping it would be. Who's getting triple cutted? Looks like Harley. Smack, smack, smack. And she is almost dead. Plans are not following suit. You're actually pissing me off, Garai. Ow. You missed. Alright. I need to start implementing my plans here. Don't attack.
So you weren't implementing your plans from
I've
the
been
beginning?
trying, but he's been kind of blocking them at every path. Not recover all. Imbecile. Ah. cool, bro. I can make this work. I just need everything to slightly pan out a little more. Please do enough damage. 349. That was not enough, and Harley's dead again. Oh no, she lived because full black field. Thank God. Although someone is now dead. No, thankfully Vaughn's the one that was the target. Was that it? Thank God, that almost ended poorly. That almost ended poorly on several levels.
At least you won.
Yeah. I honestly expected Harley to die, and if Harley had died, I was going to run away from the fight just so she wouldn't miss out on the experience. And another Dragoon's Honor. Too bad I won't use it because it's not a Dragoon's Gauntlet. Oh, but I know who I can give the Dragoon's Honor to. Harley, let's make your magic just that little bit higher.
She needs it.
Agreed. Alright. Equip. If I'm gonna do it... Yeah. Let's go with that. Alright. I also need to add in... Let's put that there. Let's put that there. No, you're already a blue element. I don't want to do that. I mean, already a green element. I don't want to do that. There we go. And then Harley. Let's give you that. Okay. Let's get out of here. Oh, before I get out of here, I want to test that. Because that bothers me. I could have sworn. Get... Huh. Huh. I'm going to bring that stupid thing over here, and I want to find out if that will cause it to change. Hey, Mr. Fireball. Follow me. Bad time to have my beard itch. Because I need to hold down the circle button and move. There we go. Ah, good. Oh, hey, you are no longer just a boss. You are now just a normal enemy. Great. For the love of Pete. Why is it always links? Like for Rizzle. Looks like I'm going to be here a while till they confuse somebody. Oh look, you guys failed. Can I go now? Never mind. What's the matter, Lynx? After that fight, you just lost all your will to actually hit things? I don't like the fact that the field is completely red right now.
Huh.
I disapprove wholeheartedly. Great, 2 people are now confused. If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna interrupt this red field.
You're gonna interrupt something? How could you?
Are you two really beating the crap out of each other right now? Just because you're confused? Okay, I'm taking care of these will-o-wisps before they cause any more problems. Because this is getting annoying. Okay, Harley, just interrupt what I'm doing. Sorry about that, guys. I'm kind of eating in between. I want to eat it while it's still warm.
Who eats warm food?
Me.
Food's better cold.
If that's what you gotta tell yourself to help yourself sleep at night. Ah, that's the other black thing. Darkness and cursed. Can you just die now?
And I like eating my steak straight off the cow.
Just so we're clear, guys, I don't know this man. I don't know anything about him. He's just some weirdo that decided to hop in.
And if you take that serious, if you believe that, I'll tell you another one.
Alright, tell me another one, because I know you're serious.
What would you like to know about?
Anything and everything you can teach me.
Since you apparently don't know me.
I don't. What's your name?
Morningstar.
Okay. And where are you from?
Ninth layer of hell.
Right. What's the weather like there this year?
Shockingly, it's frozen over.
And, do you get any visitors? Do you own a
I'm,
condo. What kind of food do you eat? What's the
I'm,
name of your first pet?
I'm still waiting for you to visit. I don't own a condo.
What's
My
the name?
first, my first pet. That's a toughie. Define first.
Whatever pet you got when you're in the ninth circle of hell.
Well, I mean, I've had.
So we're talking about the ninth circle of hell because you're obviously not from Earth.
Well,
How much health do you got?
there's pets I had when that my mother had before I was born, but
You're missing the point. We're talking about the ninth circle of hell.
yeah,
This is Earth.
I know.
You live by yourself in the ninth circle of hell. What pet do you have? I didn't ask about your life
Cats.
story.
I have cats, but you asked what my first pet was.
In hell.
A dog.
Good lord. It's like pulling teeth.
Hey, I wouldn't be the devil if I wasn't difficult to talk to.
Yeah, right. You ain't no devil. If you're the devil, then I'm God. And I don't think so. Last I checked, I'm not immortal.
Last I checked, you weren't my father.
Exactly. So, biteth me.
Where and how hard?
We're not getting into this conversation.
You opened your mouth.
Yes. But we had this discussion last night as well. Just because I leave the door open don't mean you need to take the plunge. Obviously, you have learned very little.
Obviously, so have you.
Damn, son. Chill out with the critical hit. Oh. You can keep increasing your defense all you want. It doesn't change the fact of the matter I'm hitting you with magic, you dope. Thank you. I know you have an item on you that I want. I think. Wasn't iron. Golden tiara. There's what I'm after. Now I can get the hell out of this unsightly place.
Unsightly place? What unsightly place?
Stay checked. I don't enjoy having demon faces looking at me.
Hmm.
You airframes enjoy yourself. I'm leaving. Bye. I got places to go, people to see, and possibly get my ass kicked by one of those. Alright. Here we go. Time for the real fun stuff. Just like that, the moss immune's gone.
You just lost the most powerful sword?
Eh. Bye. Ian Lancer took care of that. Let's go to the Dead Sea. I love this place aesthetically because of everything being frozen. Running on the waves. Alright. Let's see if I can get a few things before I have to fight. Okay, never mind. Let's go fight Jerk Off here. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to fight Jerk Off just yet. I forgot I can go around and collect a few things. Up here, there's Jerk Off. Oh yeah, I wasted my time getting a screw. Why is it always the stuff that I think is cool that I remember is crap? Mithril. Still useless. I'd rather have Dedronite. Wait, how do you get to that? That's... I shalleth look into it. Another free fall. Nice. Is there another way around that I don't know about? I wouldn't be surprised. Oh yeah. Of course, just another screw. Damn it. Alright. That free fall. Not on Vaughn. Well, yes, on Vaughn, because he has higher... No. Yes, he has higher magic. Ice Blast. Oh, that's what the other blue element can do. It can cause the flu and freezing. I'm slowly remembering.
That's all we ask of you.
You're asking too much. Alright, time for the Highwayman. Hopefully, he doesn't end up being too big of a pain in the ass. In fact, Vaughn, if you'd like, a full white field would be very helpful. If you want to be helpful. Okay, with the beating up of the Harley, can you stop it? Alright. I'm actually going to start buffing Harley's magic. I know what's coming. There it is, exhaust gas. Okay, it didn't affect Vaughn in the way I was thankfully thinking of. Give me some white elements. White field, white field, white field. Yes! Alright. One photon beam. Since you're a black element, I want to get as much damage in on you with this as I can. Baby, do some damage. 238. And there goes my white element. Ooh. You alright, Vaughn?
I think he's mad.
Wah, Crimea River. Let's just get everybody healed up. Do another recover. I'll keep the field light. Make sure everybody stays at full health. Good, the darkness wore off. One meteorite. You gotta be getting weak soon, jerk. Let's try another meteorite. This is where I wish I would have remember to pick up that turn white back in Viper Manor.
Oh yeah.
Because that'd be very useful. Have Yvonne cast turn white on Lynx with a full white field.
Oh, right. Yeah. Now, question for you. Now, correct my memory, but let's say, okay. What? Okay, it says photon beam. What's another white spell?
No. You got Meteorite, you got Photon Ray.
Is meteorite a higher?
Lower. You said
lower than.
you said Photon Ray is the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Photon Ray is a level 1, Meteorite's level 2.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah. So we know the field increases the damage as well as does the level. The level of slot you put it in.
Yes.
Now, if you put, since Photon Ray is a level 1, if you put it into level 7, that makes it a +6.
Correct.
And Meteorite, that's 2, and that'd be a +5.
Correct.
Maybe Meteorites. What's the level 7 white spell?
Level 7 white would probably... That would be Unicorn. That would be a summon.
Okay. So white doesn't have any non-summon.
The last one
level
was
7?
that was level 6. That would be Ultra Nova.
Okay. So there is no level 7 other than summon for white?
No, other than Holy Healing.
Okay.
And then level 8 would be Saints, which is a summon.
Okay, it's my browser. But so okay then, if you put a level 1 spell onto into a level 7 slot with a full X field, would your level 1 do more or on par as a base level 7?
No, it would not do base level 7 damage. It would do more as far as damage, but we're talking like, if you're lucky, a 45% increase in damage. If my math is right, which it's probably not.
And that's with a full white field.
That's with a full white field, so you're doing 2 times the damage. I'm sorry. Yeah, 2 times the damage with a 45% increase because it's a level 1 element in level 6. I mean, level 7 area. So it's doing roughly maybe 30 to 45% more damage. So, is it worth it? To an extent, yes. But that also screws you out of space for your actual stronger spells. That's why you'll see me always do like Inferno or Freefall or Ultra Nova or something like that at a higher level, because they're already strong base moves, but just giving them a little bit more oomph.
Yeah.
You'll see me maybe take a level 1 spell up to maybe a maximum of level 3, and that would be it. Because by that point there are some spells that are a lot better to use than that. The only time I'll put anything higher would be like the turn elements to turn someone a specific color. That would be the only time that you see me put it up in like level 5 or 7, is because I want it to last longer on the opponent or on the ally so that I can continue to rack up the damage.
Right.
Because at that point, damage to me is far more important. Hi Norris, what's up? Hi Lavos Spawn.
I still find it funny that his name means wash.
Who?
Actually, holy shit. It's kind of fitting.
What?
Lavos.
Yeah.
That's Spanish for wash.
Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of fitting. Earring of Light, that's useless to me.
God. I used to laugh at it. His name is Lavos, which is Spanish for wash. Because his name is Lavos the World Eater. Or, wait. Would his proper name be Spoiler?
Let's see. I don't see why.
Lavos the Time Devourer?
Let's just not, just in case. I don't think it is, but I'd rather not, just in case.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be the only mention. But
Fuck. I hate these little bastards. Oh, got rid of one. Thanks a lot, Vaughn. Alright, Harley. I know exactly what skill you have, and and I want to use it extremely badly. Go ahead, make a grain field. It's not going to last long. Lunateric. Love this move. Bye. Still not as cool as Forever Zero, but second in line. And now I gotta heal Harley's poison. Good thing I stocked up on all these, because these will last me the entire friggin' game.
And if Lunateric isn't as cool as Forever Zero, then why don't you unlock Forever Zero already?
That's only level up, so I have no choice. I have no control over that. It's not like everybody else's where I can just find it through a side quest.
Yeah.
Like, we're definitely getting kids hotshot, no question.
Who wants hot shot?
I do. Red Field, Genius Honor. Oh my. She could do as much damage as if she were to use Salamander. And you've seen Salamander hit quad digits.
Yeah, but who likes Kid?
I'm sorry, guys. He seems to have left the call. I can't seem to hear him anymore.
I'll leave her alone.
That's what I thought.
I just wanted to poke the bear just once.
Yeah. Here's the difference between where you live and I live. There's distance between us.
Yeah. There's just there's lines I won't cross, Simpson.
You can walk a little faster, Mr. Yellow Ghostly Thing. There we go. Station pass. And this, I believe, is an item that is useless to us since we didn't take that path. Oh, nope, that's not it. I was off. I know it's here somewhere. There it is. It's that up there. There it is. Oh. Damn it, where's the friggin' medical book that I'm looking for? Actually, I think I'm gonna give this one to Vaughn. Holy Light kills undead instantly. There's the medical book. That's useless to us since we didn't take the path that gets Doc. Because I absolutely refuse to let Kid not have the Hydra humor to live. Because I am a heartless bastard. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a heartless bastard. That doesn't make me a heartless bastard. Saving someone's life makes you a heartless bastard. God.
What does this all come to?
Don't save people's lives, it makes you a bastard. Actually, I don't even want that friggin' item. That item's useless to me. The trashy tiara? I want that item. I want to know how to get it. I want it. Dad almost ended up in a battle, and I don't want to fight you. Because you always send a whole bunch of them, and I hate them. Well, actually, I forget. Yeah, since I have the golden headdress equipped, I mean the golden tiara equipped, I can't equip that one. But I think if I give it... No, I can't even do it to you. Oh, it's because you got the mithril helm equipped, that's why. Yeah. No. I want that treasure. How, oh, I see how you get it. Okay. It's very rare that I go after everything. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yay, I'm glad I wasted my time for more mithril. All I need is some little, a little respect. Just a little bit. Yeah, baby. Just a little bit.
Okay.
You don't think I can hear that?
Oh. Hopefully the stream can't.
I wouldn't have said it had I not. Had I not been able to hear it. I just found it funny that that was the one song that I heard. I've been hearing you play the entire time.
Why didn't you say anything?
I never do. Plus, you also have to remember, I have very good hearing.
Yeah.
This is the man that picked out Sonic 2 at a volume level of 1 on your TV. And also picked up Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine on the same volume level.
Right.
I have hearing like a hawk.
Right.
The only thing is I don't go who. That's an owl. Shut up, I knew that.
Are you sure you knew that?
Possibly. Alright.
Do you need to learn your birds of prey again?
Rabbits, giraffes, cactuses, roses, and foxes. Those are all my birds of prey, right?
Can you repeat that?
Bunny, rabbits,
Okay.
roses, cactuses, foxes. What else did I say? Watch it again on stream. That's all I can tell you. There it is. No one ever claimed I was the prize. You'll have to wait till the end of the stream, which is in 14 minutes.
Yeah. Well, the stream also has a delay in our voices, so I was hoping to catch it, but I didn't catch it in time.
Uh-huh.
But I was hoping you at least listed one bird of prey, but don't think you did.
I didn't. And intentionally, I did not.
This is the stuff I put up with on a daily basis.
He's put up with it for 11 years, and it's absolutely hilarious. He's not entirely brain dead yet.
I'm not 100% positive I'm not.
If you were 100% brain dead, we wouldn't be sitting here talking right now. Would be the responses that I would be getting on a constant basis. Look, there's Karsh, Marcy, Zoa, General Viper, 2 people we met before, Riddell and Glenn, and some unknown knights that I do not care about. Oh, look, there's Salt.
Well, here's the wrench I'm gonna throw into your monkey business.
Okay, whoa. I would have preferred if you just said, throw a wrench into your gears here. I would have preferred that. You stay out of my monkey business. Cause damn, son.
But fuck, I lost my train of thought.
I heard the train cars crash.
Okay, it's back on track.
Oh shit. Let me turn my ears off.
If I'm not brain dead, then why do I keep going back to the same game over and over again, despite it scaring the ever-loving piss out of me?
That's called being brain dead. Time for the most widely known line of dialogue out of every Chrono game. But you're still hungry. Look, ghostly kids. Okay, that one's a spirit, that one's an Oni, and that one's a wraith.
No, the wraith's up ahead.
Well, he's still alive. These are ghosts. These are ghosts. Okay, there's the wraith. There's the Oni. And the spirit just started walking away. I'm sorry, I have actually a soft spot for her and her purple hair. Plus the way she's drawn reminds me of 18.
Your third waifu?
My third waifu. I think it's time I saved.
Yeah. Because, well, also might as well end the stream here. Because
I'm thinking about it. Because there's about to be a lot of bombshells about to be dropped.
Yep. But yeah, your waifus are Kid, Rukia, and 18.
Why don't you just throw it all out there? Damn, son, don't leave nothing hidden.
I'm leaving plenty hidden.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to look at that. Oh, wow, it takes iron and a feather to make kung fu shoes. Remember that.
Okay.
It's also time I think I got Harley out of... I want to get a little bit set up before we end. That gives more magic. A little bit more magic defense. Yeah.
Actually, no. I don't think Fishman hat is a wraith. I think he's a mayor.
No, let me rephrase that. The kid with the red hair was the wraith. The girl in the white dress was a demon. The one in the purple hair is a spirit. He's the Oni.
Yeah.
We dealt with one of them last night. He didn't like you very much.
No, he didn't. And the poltergeist didn't like me either. No, the spirit didn't like me.
About to say, the poltergeist hated me. He fucked with me till hell who knows when. He had all the opportunities in the world, but no. What's he do? He locks the door to the room I'm in, turns out all the lights, whispers in my ear, and then lets me go.
Yeah. That was just no. No, 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 no.
Alright.
No, 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 no. That's why we wear diapers.
Yeah, right. So with that, guys, we're actually going to cut it here because I want to leave another cliffhanger.
Yep.
So we're going to cut this 7 minutes early, and we will see you next time. Well, technically, we have been streaming for 5 hours and 7 minutes, so
True.
we've hit quota. But other than that, we will catch you guys tomorrow with the randomizer of Ocarina of Time that we started a long time ago, and I need to refresh myself on to make sure I know what I'm doing. Great title. Anyway, catch you guys later.
Have a good night.